me. There we go. Got relaxing music going. Prontinho. Now we wait. I think I'm gonna grab some extra water. PRP. Even though technically not here yet, but you know. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hello everyone! How's everyone doing today? Welcome to the stream. Hope you're all doing good. Today. First things first, I need to work on Retro's hat reading. It's this one right here. Soulcross helmet, so we're gonna do that first. And then, Momochi redeemed a new Ninja Lane, a maid Ninja Lane. So we're gonna work on that. Hello Lunatic, hope you're doing good today. Welcome. How are you doing? Just dropping by to say hello before sleeping? That's good. Thank you for dropping by, I appreciate it. Hope you have a good sleep. Are you gonna put me beside your bed so you can listen to me ASMRing? I'll try to not randomly sneeze, if that's the case. Can you imagine? Aww. That is too bad. I hope you have a break soon. I hope you do. Like the 3 hours have been a little bit awkward recently, this year. Not recently, this year, but yeah. Let's see, what kind of yellow are we talking about? Ah, this brighter yellow. Okay, okay, we can use this. Let's go. Ah, thank you for the pet, Lunatic. Thank you, thank you. Oh, that's interesting. It's practically the same color as the eyes. But the shadow is way darker. Okay. We'll start with the shadow. We'll do the shadow here. Thankfully, very conveniently, the big thing is this color. I also haven't worked on rigging for a while as well, as I'm spending all my brain power and programming work one day. Don't worry, Lunatic, don't worry. Like I said, if you're taking rigging as a hobby, you should only do it on your free time if you feel like spending your free time doing that. One day. One day. Yeah. Don't worry about it. I also have some backlogged as well. Oh, I see. Yeah. Wait, what does that mean? Hold up, I'm not entirely sure I know what that means. What do you mean by backlog? To me, a backlog is like when you make stuff in advance. Is that what the proper meaning? Did I understand that correctly? Ah, okay. So you got more stuff to do. Oh, can you? Oh, if it's not prying too much? Oh... Can you talk about what kind of models are? Or is it like a secret, a super cool secret? You're getting some amount of renown, that's cool. That is cool. The person wants to keep their name hidden until the debut, but I have been allowed to stream for it as long as I don't say the name. Interesting. Interesting. That means it sorta is a secret, but at the same time they are more than willing to let you stream because schedule things. Yeah. Momocho does something similar every so often. I think it's best. Good luck, Pixel Art, Inkibachi. Thank you, what a great job you've done. Hey, Icarus, how are you doing? Oh, I'm glad you like the little the emote thing. Yeah, we're going to catch up on our readings. So I wanna do Retro's reading first before we get started on Momochi's. Otherwise, it's gonna start piling up. Ah, it looks so cute! Oh my god, it's working. Ah, I'm glad. Okay, so these are big ears. I am so glad, Icarus. It is a relief too, because I do my best, I want people to like it, and that's why I'm always open for like any changes and stuff that needs to be changed. Especially with Twitch emotes because for some reason, I don't know why, Twitch seems particularly finicky when it comes to pixel art emotes. I remember there was one time where I think they changed something about the color configuration of Twitch, and some of my emotes just kind of stopped working. They started flashing randomly when they used it to not flash at all. It was very weird time. It was a very weird time. And then I found out about the thing where the gift compression would sometimes cause extra colors to appear that were very close to the other colors, so you wouldn't even notice because it was confined to specific frames. But Twitch became hypersensitive to that and started causing the emotes to flash randomly. I don't know if you remember, the Pentus grab emote that I made for the channel was affected by this. So it took a while for me to understand what was going on, but and now I finally, I believe I figured out the answer. Yeah, it's exactly because of that. In order to fix this emote, I had to color chase it. Something similar also happened on Discord. Some of my animations started flashing, then they stopped flashing. Ugh, I don't even want to remember it, honestly. It was so random. Hey Medina, welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing good. I am comfy, thank you for asking. We are doing today a hat redeem, and then we're gonna go to Momochi's redeem that I'm sure most of you will enjoy. Ninjaling Maids. Alright, Lunatic, have a good Nini. Bye-bye. So, yeah, no, I think this one is good enough. And this color they're using here, and this one they're using here. They do have a good... I like to study these. The range of shadowing is very interesting to me. Don't like to use this too much because the color seems a little bit too close to human skin, but you know. Okay, I'm gonna simplify the color scheme a little bit. I do like this. You know what this effect is? This is a true shadow effect. Looks cool and cute to me. Thank you. Let me see if I can incorporate this without looking too awkward. I think because this size is very big, it doesn't look awkward. When I put it on the smaller one, it does look a little bit awkward. We're gonna have to skip on it. I'll be quiet in the lurks today. I'm working on a couple of art projects. Ah! Good luck, Hikaros. Good luck. Have fun with arting. Alright. I shall be your second monitor content, as a creator might say. Josh Strife Hayes, who has a channel called Josh Strife Says, and also has a channel called Josh Strife Plays, and also has a channel called Josh Strife Replays, and the channel called Josh Strife Hayes. I kind of love the weirdness of the naming patterns that the guy uses. It's funny. I think it's really funny. You're always first monitor content, even on second monitor. Oh, thank you, Medina. Yeah, he's a nice guy. He's a nice guy. I enjoy his content. I need to watch him play the OG Baldur's Gate. That seems like a fun time. That seems like a fun time. Okay. This is good. I think I got the vents down all right. Of course, we're gonna need this. Oh, that a man, 7. Honestly, God, man, so that Pietro incident, huh? I feel so freaking bad. I feel so freaking bad. Pietrov, the Darkwood incident, where I killed a poor NPC. I feel so freaking bad for that. Interesting. Piotrek, you should feel bad. God damn it. If don't actually tell me, I'm just gonna call it now. His quest led to the best ending in the game, every other end is a bad ending, and I sealed my fate doing that. If a game is good, you do feel bad when bad things happen. Yeah, you know, I didn't realize that this was the kind of game where you can kill NPCs. So I was very relaxed with seeing that if it had a health bar, that meant enemy. I was very relaxed with the idea that if health bar equals bad. Especially because I've been playing a lot of retro games lately, and they do all operate on that. Also, by the way, there... yeah, I realized it. I kind of realized. Like, in a sense, I should have known, right? I really should have realized that there were... it really is about where I want to keep the light, huh? I think I want to keep the light this way, it's better. I should have realized that, but it didn't click. It didn't click until I killed it and I was like, wait, why does this have a unique... this mob has a unique name? I was like, oh no. Oh no, I kinda hate that. I kinda hate that. When games that get that, I get more nervous around NPCs. Because the possibility of me killing them at by accident could happen. Maybe Piotrek had a wife and kids. I mean, they weren't with him, so considering how the woods work, I'm gonna assume not. That one I'm gonna go with no. I'm gonna choose to believe that that's not the case. That actually reminds me, when I played Undertale, when I discovered that the genocide road was a thing, I remember becoming much more stressed while playing it. Stress levels became higher after I realized that that was on the table. Because I don't want to harm anything or anyone that isn't going to harm me back in a video game, you know? That's for new game content. That's for new game plus content. When you're bored, you know what happens canonically. Maybe you might screw around a little bit. But honestly, I still feel bad regardless when I do this sort of thing, so I end up not going through with it regardless. I already have a hard enough time trying to play Darkside in the... I don't remember... Yeah, the Jedi Knight games. Knights of the Old Republics. That one was already hard enough for me. If y'all remember that. I can kinda be mean to someone who has like demonstrated being a complete jackass to me. But even then, Knights of the Old Republic requires they were squires of the New Republic. In a sense. I find those games fascinating, by the way. I don't like being mean in video game, I don't like being mean in person, honestly. For one thing, it's generally not worth it if you stop to think about it. Usually people will be mean specifically to people who can't fight back. I don't think I ever met someone who was like, I'm gonna be mean to you, our battle will be epic, you know what I mean? It really is like you're getting some feelings out. Maybe you feel like you're being slighted or something, and you want to get your feelings out, so you act a little bit mean towards someone. But at the end of the day, it is very, very stupid to act mean, like, towards your boss, for instance, right? So, at the end of the day, it's just become that chain of... what was it? I think it was Married... actually, I think it was like a sitcom called Married with Children that called this one out. I think it was Barney who pointed out the chain. The chain of anger. Where people continuously take it out on the ones who are on the perceived beneath, that are perceivedly beneath them. Do we even have good sitcoms made now? I'm gonna go with no. I could be biased, but no. I think How I Met Your Mother was like the last sitcom that I ever sat to watch. Like, honestly, I am rewatching Seinfeld. For, I believe, the third time now. Just so I don't just watch YouTube non-stop. you know. So when I sit down to eat, I put on Seinfeld just so I have something to watch. Seinfeld is such an interesting sitcom. It's such an interesting sitcom because I think it's like there are people who are literally on the internet right now quoting Seinfeld without having a freaking clue that they are quoting the sitcom. Particularly George. There are so many people who are literally verbatim saying shit that George says in the show, word for word. And George was portrayed to be insecure and neurotic, so you know that whatever he is talking about is not gonna be good. Like, literally, the meme, we live in a society, that's George. That's George Constanza. That is the words of wisdom of Constanza. Constanza's words of wisdom. We are getting old, Kiba? I know. And honestly, I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it. I'm okay with being old, and I'm absolutely okay with pointing out. Especially when it's someone who is like, oh, this is common knowledge, this is common sense. And I'm like, no, this is a Seinfeld episode, season, blah, 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 blah. And the guy who says that also eat Twinkies out of the garbage in that show. Also, BRB gonna get some sauces. Ooh, sauces. Go get your sauces, Medina. I might be overstating the importance of Seinfeld as a sitcom. But I almost feel like watching it should be mandatory for studying something. I'm not sure what, but it should be mandatory for studying something. Like, I can think you can get some really good accurate takes of narcissistic thinking from George. Because honestly, lore-wise, his parents screwed him up so much that the way he thinks makes complete sense. You know what I mean? George Constanza from Seinfeld, like, he's almost like too good of a portrait of narcissistic thinking and how it screws with your life. Because his parents did such a good number on him, like, God. Good God. Like, the comedy of Seinfeld is essentially taking small, insignificant things, really, and blowing them way out of proportion. Like, to points, like, it starts small at the beginning of the series, but by the end, it becomes, like, pathologically bad. Partially because there's a diminishing return to some of the earlier stuff, so you kind of have to arms race. So it's like, and some of the stuff is like really relevant. Like, I don't know, the looking for red flags when people like complain that they can't find anyone, but at the same time they're just looking for an excuse to dump the person. Jerry does that. Both Jerry and George do that to an enormous degree. They are so bad with that. They are so bad with that. There's an episode where... Okay, I saw this episode recently. It's pretty damn funny. Jerry is kind of a neat freak. Throughout the show, he has been portrayed as a neat freak. But it hasn't gotten that bad yet. This is even noted by the characters themselves in this episode. That if that in this episode he's kind of crossing a line of psychosis, right? Keep us rambling too is amazing. I'm glad you're enjoying this. So check this out. So he's with this girl. They are starting to get a little bit more intimate. Even has his own toothbrush at her house. And he tries to take a toothbrush. He tries to borrow a toothbrush from her to brush his teeth. And he accidentally drops it in the toilet. Right? So he panics. He doesn't know what to do. So my man fishes it out of the toilet and cleans it haphazardly with a towel. I don't even remember if it was with a towel or with toilet paper, and he shoves it back. Then, while he is catching his breath, processing what he just did, he realizes the girl he's dating came from behind him, took her toothbrush, and she brushed her tooth with the toothbrush that was on the toilet. Instead of saying anything to her, he comes up with an excuse. The poop brush, exactly. And walks on her. And he walks on her. And now he is practically planning to never see her again. So he doesn't have to deal... He is like... He doesn't like plan to not see her again right away. At first, he's like planning a way to disinfect her mouth without her knowing. Because he wants to repair what he's done, partially because he won't be able to date her again if he keeps thinking about the poop, the possible poop particles in her mouth. But also, he's obviously trying to avoid blame. He doesn't want to have that discussion with her. Apparently, she's also a little bit of a neat freak, not to his level. So she would be very rationally upset with what happened, right? So he tries to come up with different schemes. And honestly, there are some implications that he might have given her bleach. He might have mixed small amounts of bleach in her toothbrush for her to brush. Thank God this is a sitcom, otherwise she would be foaming soap out of her mouth. You know what happens when you drink bleach, chat? You wanna know what happens when you drink bleach? Never try that at home. If you drink bleach, the chemical of the bleach is so strong and it reacts, it fuses with fat particles, with fat molecules, and produces soap. So literally what would happen if you drank bleach is your throat would turn to soap. You would convert part of your body into soap. So it's like it would burn you to that while turning part of your body into soap. So you would like start foaming soap. Bro, just accidentally drop it and tell her and put in a new one. The average Dark Souls player is immune to bleach then. Yeah, pretty much. You're not immune to bleach again. But yeah, no. It is absolutely the worst way to go about it. Which is the idea of the sitcom. That is the joke. It is the joke. Nothing happens to her because it's a sitcom, and honestly, cartoon rules at this point, but... Yeah, no. But he goes for the schemes. That's kind of the thing with sitcoms. The thing with sitcoms, the old sitcoms, is that you never go for the healthy route. You always go for the zany schemes and wacky hijinks route. If you do take the sitcom too seriously, everyone is hyper toxic. Because the normal thing would be boring. Exactly. It's like, I don't know. There's a sitcom called King of Queens. It's also a good oldie. Where basically the protagonist is your man-child protagonist, right? But it's interesting because there are some interesting values in that show. Like, for instance, the protagonist dog, he is not an ambitious driven person. He is basically an he's an UPS package guy. He drives his truck around the city. He enjoys his job. And there's even an episode where he could get a promotion, but he doesn't want it because it would mean him staying at the office instead of going out and doing his route. And he rather likes that job. Likes that. Getting more money isn't like on his mind. It's not a thing that he really wants. He just actually likes his job, you know? And there's nothing wrong with that. So that's one cool thing. The non-cool thing is that show has copious amount of gaslighting from both sides. Like, Jesus fucking Christ. Everything could be a weird fight because of some insecurity from the other side. So everyone is always walking on eggshells with each other. They're always coming up with the weirdest scheme possibles to both get away from responsibility or get the other one to admit something. But it's funny. It's funny, particularly because it doesn't work out. That is, part of the comedy is that this could have been resolved really simply, and it wasn't, because of the fatal flaws in the character, and that's where the comedy lies. That's where the comedy lies. And maybe, at its best, this type of comedy can show us a more neurotic side of us. And we can reflect a little bit about, maybe I shouldn't act this way. Maybe this will make things too complicated. But in the end, people make up and it's all good again. Exactly. By the end of the episode, everything, the order is reset. So we can have another episode with Wacky Hijinks. Lessons are more or less learned. Sometimes they're learned, sometimes they're not really learned. Because honestly, it's a comedy, it's not morality hour. Also. But yeah, so Jerry is trying these wacky hijinks, and eventually he cracks because she wants to kiss him. And he is trying to kiss her, but all he can think about is the toilet. So he confesses to her that he confesses to her, and you know what she does? You know what she does? She waits for him to get out of the of his apartment because I believe his neighbor calls him out, and she locks the door for a little bit. He's trying to get in, a little bit scared of what just happened. She opens the door and announces, "Now we're even. Something of yours has also been on the toilet." And then he desperately asks, "Wait, what is it?" And she just goes, "Goodbye, Jerry." It's so good. And now he is paranoid about everything. He doesn't know what it is. It's like mind torture. It's like a super mind torture for him. He needs to know. And by the end of the episode, she, Absolute Queen, reveals what she threw on his toilet. And you wanna guess what it was? You wanna guess what she threw on the toilet? It's so good. She threw the toilet scrub. The one thing that's supposed to go on the toilet. And Jerry immediately goes, "Oh, that's okay, I can replace that." Jerry is so far gone that he will actually replace the toilet scrub for being on the toilet where it's supposed to be used. But then the show goes out of its way to show that no, Jerry has not matured. Jerry has not learned anything out of this, unfortunately, because through some wacky hijinks regarding George trying to dig out a keychain that got thrown into some cement on the road outside, right? There is like a toilet reflux mishap. Her toilet starts making some weird noises, so she goes try and check out what is happening, and it explodes in her face. The toilet explodes in her face. Jerry witnesses this and goes, "Well, have a nice life." He dumps her because a toilet exploded on her. And he can't live with that. Which is like the height of comedy, because you shouldn't do that. That's a really dumb reason to never see someone again. They've been on the toilet, I can never see them again. But there you go. Thank God we are normal. Yeah, there's a little bit of that in the show too, I gotta say. But it is very much about... The idea of the show is very much that... What happens when you do take things too far, right? Although the first episodes of that show, they were a little bit less about that, right? there's an episode, I believe is on the 3rd season, that I truly appreciated for existing. It's an episode where Jerry and the gang are waiting for seats at a Chinese restaurant. And it is purely relatable content. That particular episode is pure relatable content, because who hasn't waited in line at a restaurant for ungodly amounts of times? Right? It is such a common experience. It is such a common experience. And what's kind of brilliant about that episode is that the episode happens in real time. Because it's literally Mamachi waiting at the line for half an hour, and the episode lasts half an hour. So it's all very synced and clean, really. It's super clever. And they all have different annoyances and different grievances, like they just wanted to get a table quickly so they could go watch a movie. Which, by the way, one thing that you can really appreciate by watching these episodes back to back is that the writers took care to create small mythos in the show where, like, they can't use some actual movie names, right, for their jokes. So they just make some shit up. Like, oh, there's a new bad movie called Prognosis Zero. We're gonna watch Prognosis Zero. We couldn't watch Prognosis Zero, but it was playing Rochelle, an erotic journey from Milan to Minsk. They make these on the fly, on the episodes, but they keep reusing them. The Rochelle 1-bit, in the Seinfeld universe, that movie actually becomes a musical, starring Bette Miller. And there's a whole episode dedicated to them interacting with a girl, with Bette Miller, and a girl who is like her standing. And Bette Miller gets hurt playing baseball with them, and they become persona non grata because they hurt Bette Miller. It is thoughtful writing. And it's like, most of these things, and like, honestly, I feel like I'm not the only one who notices these things. But I definitely pay some extra attention to this stuff, because I caught that in Big Bang Theory and 2.5 Men, out of all the things. Right? In 2.5 Men, there's an episode where Charlie Sheen gets hired to essentially make music for an anime that's essentially a 4Kids adaptation of like a serious anime. The name of the anime is Hoshiguro the Demon Samurai. And the intro for it that Charlie writes sucks. Jake gets invested because he actually likes the anime, and he tries to help him write a better intro song. But in the end, the executives go like, nah, we like the sucky version better. We're gonna use the sucky version. Jake gets disheartened by it, and all Charlie has to tell him is, hey, that's showbiz. And meanwhile, in the Big Bang Theory, they are watching an anime, and the anime is freaking Hoshiguro the Demon Samurai, because the writers for the Big Bang Theory are the same writers for 2.5 Men. And they added it as an Easter egg. So who knows that theoretically the anime they're watching right now had its intro song written by Charlie Sheen. Which is like a 5-brain move. Alright, Medina, have a good one. Bye-bye. And like, I caught this because on TV they reran the episode where that happens to Charlie Sheen and the Big Bang Theory episode on the exact same day. So I was like, wait a minute. Wait a gosh darn minute here. Is that a reference? That's a reference. Okay, am I communicating the things I want to communicate properly? I think I want to add a third shade of yellow. Na, 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 na. And I want to add the little extra star here. This is why it's useful to have more than one reference, by the way. Helps quite a bit with adding details. There we go. But yeah, so I just think like this, it's neat. It's neat. But yes, I am getting old and I know it. If you're old and you know it, clap your hands. Oh, interesting. That's weird. In the original sprite, they use a different color for this, but in this one, it's just the yellow color. I think I'm gonna go with the... I think I'd rather go with this one. Yeah. Yeah. I would rather clap my cheeks. That is fair. That is fair, Momochi. I just find it interesting. But you absolutely should. You should not take sitcoms as life advice. I think one of the biggest contributions, I guess, is kind of the word, but not really. Yeah, no, it is a contribution regardless of sitcoms to modern pop culture. Freaking Friends. Like, if freaking Friends didn't exist, the term the friend zone would probably never been invented. At best, we would be using the term stringing along instead. But the friend zone literally exists because of a show called Friends, which is hilarious in a sense. For better or for worse, it's there. It's there for good. Hmm. I think we can do like this. I think this is good. I think this is good. I think this is very good. There we go. Okay. Hat completed. I will add this later. Now let's get started on Momochi's commission. We're gonna make this Ninjaling into a cute little maid. Rise of the Maidling. Now let me think. How do I wanna do this? I think we start with the aprons and then we design around it. Yeah. Let's go on this layer. Make a nice apron here. Maybe we can make the apron a little bit smaller. And then we do this for the bases of the frills. Okay, the hand is here, so we can't draw too much further. Maybe we could do a black that's more blue coded. Yeah. So it doesn't mesh too much with the base sprite, so I can still see what I'm editing, you know? Here we go. Also, I do appreciate that no one has questioned the dancing. The dancing Silent Hill nurse in the corner. So I can get... There we go. The mage dress can go to like this. Then usually maid dresses have like a little color thingy here. Let me use myself as reference. Hold up. Maid mode activate. Yeah. There's usually like a little thing. Then we can base up a cute little headband. If I make the headband tiny, it is cuter though. A tiny headband is cuter than a big one. Kinda like this. And okay. think like this is fine. Right? Or do I want it bigger? Like this big. What do you think, Momochi, about the size? Is it better something about around the size or something like tiny? Looks great? Okay. Nice. Now, let me... I think I want to add a ribbon here. There we go. Here we are. Okay. There we go. Nice. There we go. Now we need to add the little frills. God, we watch it on Discord. Such a freaking weird anime. I even had to ask if everyone was okay with like trying to watch it until the end. It was 10 minutes long and I had to ask that because it felt really weird to watch. There was a little bit of a fascinating thing with what the fuck is even happening. But basically, the only way I can describe it is Bad Touch Kun de anime. Because, like, the gimmick of the anime was so bad. It was so bad. Best way I can describe it is... Okay, I actually had to think a lot about it because you know when you watch one of these things and you're not entirely sure what you just watched? So kind of have to take a step back, look inward, and then try to figure out how to express your opinion. I am still in that process, to be honest, but this is what I got so far from the anime. It was like, don't touch me, something something kun, or something like that. It's the most charitable interpretation of the anime that I can give it. It's that it's like Shokugeki, but for massages. The story, and our protagonist is a kid who is like really hyper fixated in maintaining good muscle health. And when he sees someone who is with a muscular emergency, a muscular issue, someone who is about to break their backs, he must step into action and prevent that their muscular conditions from aggravating. So he will massage them without their permissions, but he is doing it just for their sakes, because he's just that cool of a guy. He really should ask for consent, but in the end, it's for the girl's own good. See how it doesn't sound good? I'm trying to be charitable, and it doesn't sound good. It's sussy a fuck. It is sussy as fuck. Guy literally touches an office woman's butt because she was complaining about back pains on the street, and he overhears it, so he must step into action and help her by touching her inappropriately when she clearly said no to him. That's like that's like the cherry on top. He clearly said no to her, but touched her anyways. And how the anime actually treats the massages? Like how Shokugeki treats its food. The man has the god hands that will cause orgasm instantly upon touching the flesh of any maiden. That's the anime. That's the freaking anime. It is so weird. It is so weird. Also uncensored nipples on that one. It even comes with free uncensored nipples. Wow. Wow, thank you. Thank you for doing what at least I wasn't asking for. But thank you. And it's like, honestly, I believe the protagonist is pure-hearted, but I don't think the anime angle, I felt like you know that annoying old man character that usually appears in ecchi anime, that the protagonist is like pure-hearted, but you have the old guy who keeps going, oh, and you were gonna meet all the cute ladies, huh? Yum 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 yum, cute ladies, fresh meat, yum 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 yum. You know that guy? You might have seen that guy before. He exists in a few anime. He exists in a few properties. Sometimes he is like a weird beaver plushie. There was an anime that game about having star children that you send to fight in the war against monsters. That one literally has that protagonist, has that character that is like a bunny girl. Oh, it's looking cute. I don't know what kind of details should I add. I'm gonna Google some maid outfits. Let's see, what do we got here? There are some pretty good ones. Oh, there's one that's just the apron. Oh, it's... Wait. I can't show the results, but I looked for made outfits, and I discovered that apparently a Brazilian food market chain not only sells lingerie, but they have available a made outfit lingerie that is just the maid apron. It's the maid apron plus the maid band and nothing else. Freaking Carrefour is selling this. Interesting. That is so fascinating. I don't even know how to take that in. I don't even. Ha. Fascinating. Momochi question. Should the ninjaling be partially wearing the ninja outfit, or should we go like a full made ninjaling? Full made ninjaling, should we put a wig on the ninjaling or not? No wig on the ninjaling? Okay. That case. The ninjaling is made of shadows. Right? This is lore. So I'm gonna do this. And we do it like this. Here we go. For now. I'm gonna do like this. So I heard that the Bubsy game might actually be good. Bubsy 4D might actually be a good game. And shocking. Really shocking. That's probably the most shocking news I heard. Hey Retros, welcome to the stream. How are you doing? Ow. Check this out. Ow. Ow. Here's the prototype. Nice. We're gonna upload it after stream, probably. Or if I have some free time, it really varies. And right now I'm doing Momochi's commission. She wants me to do a maid ninjaling. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do something cool. Hold up. Let's do something stylish. I am doing good, I'm doing good. Like, I was talking how I was taking antibiotics the other day. Turns out I got an allergic reaction, so I thought a swarm of mosquitoes landed on me, but it's just an allergic reaction. It's nothing serious though, it just looks like I was bitten by 1,000 mosquitoes. But other than that, I'm doing fine. Momochi is taking notes, I'm assuming? Of course, of course. She's the one who asked for the Ninjaling maid. So she's very excited about it. So without clothes, the Ninjalings are made of pure shadow. So if we take the uniform out, this is how they look like. They look like little shadow wolf blobs with glowy eyes. Mm-hmm. There we go. I think there are many good things about being a VTuber. There are many fun things. I think the mascot is one of the funnier ones. You come up with lore for yourself, you come up with lore for the mascot. It's super fun. You know what I could do? We could increase the ribbon. We could increase the ribbon area. Because there's a lot of empty space here. If we make the ribbons bigger, instead of making them side by side like this, I can do like a... like this, right? Let's increase this a little bit. And there we go. Can do it like this, right? And hold up. I'm gonna set aside a backup here, just in case things don't quite work out. Setting up the backups to the sides. Then we take these out. I'm gonna put this here. Right. Then God. I have a new game addiction, by the way. I have a new game addiction. It's called Ball X-Pit. It's not really a good name. I'm not gonna lie, not gonna make any excuses. It's not a very good name, but it is a very good game. It's absolutely an amazing game. Like, it's roguelike, but it hits... I don't know how to describe it. It hits exactly the kind of stuff I wanna see in a roguelike. Where it's like... Because it's like a lot of bouncing. It's a lot of bouncing. Because it's kind of like... I don't know how to describe it. It's like Arachnoid. Where you have the blocks, you have the balls, you have a paddle, sorta. The paddle part kinda comes in later. There's a character that has a paddle. But it's less about you keeping the ball floating, but it's absolutely about getting more balls by using different synergies that the game provides you with. And you fuse the type of balls, you create new types of balls. Some balls are like literally nukes. It feels really good to play. It feels really good to play. Because when you get a proper build rolling, like there are balls bouncing everywhere, you're spreading 1,000 different status effects, you feel powerful, everything is like bleeping all at once. It's probably one of those things that like, oh, this overloads your dopamine circuit. Probably. Probably. But also it's really fun. It's really fun. And there is a system you enable later in the game where you can fuse your characters, because characters have passives. Hey, cutie kitty! Each character has their own unique passive, which changes how you play the game a little bit. Some more than others. Ow. Which is... If you want me to like your roguelike, that's something that I really, really appreciate, right? And some of the things that the characters do is not even always good for you, which I thought was very interesting. Like, there's a character whose gimmick is that the balls spawn from the back instead of spawning from you. Like the balls rain on you. So it's really interesting because you always, technically, if you're starting from the back, you start from where there are more enemies accumulated, so you bounce more and you can spread stats effects better this way and stuff like that. But at the same time, you run the risk of your ball getting stuck there and an enemy that is approaching will deal damage, so you're more vulnerable to that, you die more often. So if you want to play with the character, you need to build accordingly to mitigate that downside. Most characters have upsides with downsides, and that changes how you see the game, how you build the game, which I just think it's phenomenal. I think it's so good. Am I overdoing... Momochi, thoughts on the headband, please? Do you think the ribbon plus the thing is a bit too much? Should I just do one? The one before was better? Okay. Yeah, like this is better. Also, what are you talking about? Oh, there's this new game that I bought. It's called Ball X Pit. I suppose you could read it as Ball Spit, but anyways. But the big red ribbons look good. The moment you're driving a hard bargain here. Okay. And how about if the tassels are bigger? What do you think about that? Do you think these ribbons, do you think they should be big diagonally or do they need to be big like this? Like this or like that? One or two? This is one, this is two. The two, okay. Okay, so let's try doing this. So let me just do this then. Is this better? Is this good for the maid connoisseur? And maybe put the tassels a bit more the side here. There we go. Maybe we can put the ribbon a bit more over here too. Create some more 3Dness to it. There we go. I feel like I'm getting my eyes checked. One or two clicking sound. How about this? One or two? Oh god, I have such a hard time with that. Do you guys have a hard time with that? I've been sincerely unsure if my own eyes were working properly in these situations before. I usually have to go like for like 5 times. It's like, can we go back to the last one? Can you go back to this one? Okay, which one was I looking at again? So bad. It's so bad. Much like the Power Glove, which is so bad. I never actually had a Power Glove. I wanted to have a Power Glove. Like the advertisements for it, they were like the newest experience in gaming, like you never experienced before. Amazing immersion. Yeah, turns out the new you experience games in a way you never experienced before. Turns out it was way worse. I had the same issues until I got lenses. Oh, you wear lenses. Man. Sometimes I'd like to get lenses, but I admit fully to not having the personality for lenses. I do not have the personality type for lenses. I would lose them all the time. I would probably get my eyes infected often for like dumb stuff, like forgetting to wash it properly or putting it over incorrectly, stuff like that. So I don't dabble into that dark magic. Ah, there we go. There we go. What do you think, Momochi? I think this is good enough. Nice. Glad to hear it's nice. I had some infection early on, but it's all good. You get used to it after a while, I suppose. The main thing though for me is the fact that I absolutely am really bad when it comes to stuff in the eye. I'm the type that whenever you like eye drops, it's such a pain. I cannot put eye drops on myself. I have to bother Momochi getting those eye drops in. I have to bother Momochi to get put the eye drops for me because, and even then, like she's hovering the thing up my face. I blink when she's about to put the eye drops. It falls everywhere. It's. I have mastered the Dark Magician Grow. I mean Dark Magic. My. Man, that actually reminds me. Back when I used to lurk on Pojo, I found a thread there about a guy that basically you would pay them for them to draw over your card so you could have naked versions of the girl cards. This was a service provided on a forum. The guy would nakedify Dark Magician Girl and I believe Thunder Nyan Nyan, which is a much less well-known card nowadays because honestly it sucked quite hard. It wasn't a very good card, but it was a waifu, and for the time it came out, it wasn't that bad. Also Gemini Elf. Thunder Nyan Nyan was a budget Gemini Elf. It was for light beatdown decks. Basically, it was Gemini Elf with a negative status effect that if you controlled a monster on the field that wasn't a light type, it would self-implode. And that counted face-down monsters. So basically, if you Book of Moon a single monster on the field, Thunder Nyan Nyan would self-destruct. I'm gonna actually add gloves here. That way it doesn't get confused with the tail. Here we go. And I think wanna make it like this. There we go. Okay. Here we go. Here we are. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I've seen some weird stuff on the internet, I gotta say. People would essentially pay this person to take their cards. I don't remember how rare Dark Magician Girl was, but she wasn't exactly cheap, if I remember correctly. But yeah, people would pay this guy, this person, to essentially deface their cards for them and make them not legal for play. Not good. Yeah, I think like it is better. Doing frills in pixel art is a very hard thing to do, and I absolutely respect people who have mastered it. Still not quite there yet, but I think I can at least sell some of it. Yeah. There you go, Apron. Apron. There we go. There we are. Momochi, what do you think? Is this satisfactory for you? Any changes you'd like to add? You can add a wig? Okay, that's what I thought. Let me think. I'm just gonna throw an idea for a wig here. And then you can tell me what you think. You know, theoretically, I could add like a neutral color for the wig. Make sure it's a color that doesn't repeat elsewhere on the Ninjaling. And we could do like some recolors with the wig in different colors. So you can pick the hair color you want for your ninja lane. That would be cool. I think I want to go for generic anime girl bob style. Hair kind of like this. That's what I'm leaning toward at the moment. That is what I'm leaning toward at the moment. There we go. To me, this music still sounds like someone is trying to sell me a 5-bedroom apartment in the Bahamas. Know what I mean? Yeah, know what I mean? This luxurious apartment comes with a free life-size adapt of over 300 euros. 300 euros isn't that much. It's not too little, but it's not a lot. You can kind of pay it. Would have to be something crazy, like 3 million euro or something like that. That's a whole lot more. How's the house market, son? Still fucking awful because of you, Dad. What is this blue maid? Literally a blue maid that I'm making on the fly. It's gonna be Momochi redeemed the custom ninjaling. So this is gonna be a custom ninjaling. And I picked blue because this blue shade is not anywhere on the ninjaling. So on stream avatars, I'll be able to re-edit. So we can change the color, so the maid can be blonde, can be a brunette, can be any color you want. I'm gonna add a few variations, then if anyone has any idea of a different color I can add, I'll try to add it with time, that kind of stuff. Should I add glasses? Should I add glasses? Oh, Retros, that's because it's the 80k redeem. It's the custom ninjaling. Unique ninjaling redeem. It's this one. It's this one. This one is 80k. Yours is the hat that's 50k. 15. There's also, regardless of the end result, I guess I would say. Regardless of the end result, This one is a lot more work. So I do want that work to be worth it. But actually, Momochi, do you want the hair to be in any particular color? I had the idea of the blue hair because we could add it later, but... Blue is okay? Okay. Yeah, so I believe we're done. I do have some changes that I need to do to this, though. There are changes that I need to do. So the first one is this. Now, why am I doing this? Because... I'm gonna change it right here. Let's see if we can do this. Ow, 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 ow. Tolerance. Perfect. So basically, there we go. After we are done editing everything, I am gonna add this to all the Ninjalings so they become Shadow Ninjalings essentially. And now it's basically about editing the sprite. Oh, oops. There we go. Essentially, this is just doing this. Speaking of which, have you played through Battle Network yet? I played the first game a long time ago. I played the first game, I believe. I played the second game too. I think I played up to 4. 5, I don't know, I got too far. Was 5 the one where you could like meet the general? I think it was general. Colonel? I think there was a colonel character in that one. 5 is the one could control Protoman or Colonel. Okay, that's the last one I played. And the one I'm unsure I played through the end or not. That's not how you say Colonel. It's... What was it again? Colonel? Is it Colonel? It's spelled with an L, but you say an R instead. Yeah, sorry, my bad. That was a Knuckles moment. Yeah, it's because English is weird. English is a strange language. No wonder spelling bees are like very important for English speakers. Don't blame you, I saw the colonel before. My understanding is that English is a language that was built upon several other languages, and because of that, words have been haphazardly added without real thought for grammar. So every time a word from outside the English language was added, it becomes an exception to what was seemingly a rule in spelling. There's not much thought that goes into English. Yeah. Portuguese in general, it's the opposite in that regard. Like, one thing that's really funny about Portuguese, be it Brazilian or Portugal Portuguese, is that we have some very well written rules about how things need to be spelled out and stuff like that, to the point where we can incorporate words from other languages onto our own language and make them follow our grammatical rule and structuring. One of these words is the delete word. Just a second, I got the sniffles. Okay, back. So anyways. There is a language, the word delete. This happened a lot during the computer revolution, right? So theoretically, the translation for delete is apagar, which means erase. But because of how most instruction manuals were in English at the time and stuff like that, what people did instead is that they took the word delete as a verb and conjugated the verb in Portuguese. So the word delete became deletar in Portuguese, and we even have an entire conjugation for it. Eu deleto, tu deletas, ele deleta, nós deletamos, vós deletais, eles deletam. So not only we incorporated the word, we incorporated every possible verbal conjugation for it. We gobbled that shit up and made it into a Portuguese word. With rules. With rules. Yeah, because it's a... Because, like, obviously, Brazilian Portuguese has exceptions to rules. As everything else, there are transitive verbs, there are intransitive verbs, there are verbs that change conjugation, there are verbs that are only conjugated in a few different instances, they're not fully conjugatable. Like, for instance, there are verbs of things that can only happen to you. You cannot act on it, right? So in those cases of those verbs, you throw away any conjugation that would imply that you are doing an action that is impossible for you to do. And you can only use the conjugation of the action being happened upon you. Like getting wet. No, wait, that's not quite right. No, that one works. Which one doesn't? I don't remember right now any example off the top of my head. Let me see. Verbo intransitivo. Oh no, that's another one, sorry. There are a bunch, basically all verbs have 1,000 different classifications, and you can see there's like you can like have a tablet that tells you which verb can be used in which circumstance. It's all very complicated, honestly. I think Portuguese grammar is on par with French grammar, if I'm not mistaken. It is very much on par with Italian grammar and Spanish grammar. It's almost the same language in a few senses of the word. A lot of Brazilians can actually pick up Italian very quickly because of it. We have words that are Italian in Brazil. Like the ciao. Ciao. I mean, Malay grammar can also be then stupid. Grammar is magical. Grammar is magical. I remember when I first started learning English, I was like, wow, this is so easy. There are barely any grammar rules to remember here. And that is correct until you realize that there aren't many grammar rules because a lot of it is like made up on the fly. And then you have to memorize a bunch of exceptions instead of memorizing a bunch of rules, you have to memorize a bunch of exceptions. And to this day, I can't tell you exactly how I feel about that. Yeah, we can do this with any word. Any word. English or otherwise, we can do it with any word. We can take any word, add a Portuguese tint to it, and turn it into an actual Portuguese word. If we use it long enough, it becomes a Portuguese word. It's like it's like a cannibal language, essentially. Like, English sort of has this cannibalistic tint to it, because you just add the words to English, right? But like, you keep them exactly as they were in the original. Meanwhile, Portuguese will go out of its way to turn your word into our word. Everyone uses delete. Oh yeah, languages can be fascinating. They're very weird. They are very weird. I personally, this is more of a personal theory. Tinfoil hat alert, right? But I firmly believe that our grammar rules influence our formation and our personality a little bit. Let's call it colonization. Okay, but I know Portugal colonized us. And at one point, Brazil was considered an empire by ourselves, mostly. You could say those were some odd formative years. Do you know a little bit about Brazilian history, Retros? I do like to share a little bit. Ah, okay. But no, I don't. Okay. Hold on. Alright. Let's see here. Na, 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 na. Brazil is an interesting country, though. It's a very interesting country. I think that's unanimously discussed by like the literary influences of different times in Brazil. Is the idea that Brazil as a country has historically always been trying to find its own identity. It's like, it's kind of like the teenager, not the, yeah, no teenager, sometimes 19, right? Where it's like, yeah, they don't really know who they are as a person. They're trying to find themselves. I guess that's not a teenager sentiment anymore. That's everyone's sentiment now. But Brazil is a very young country. And unlike the US that has a lot of national hero stories to attach its identity to, Brazil doesn't have as much of those. Not through lack of trying, mind you. So, like, as a country that's like a bit over 500 years old, I think we had like way too many different rule methods compared to everyone else. Because we started out as a colony. Then we became a capital colony? It's weird. What do you call... Do you still call a country a colony? If the king of the colony moves to your country because they're trying to dodge Napoleon Bonaparte. Because that happened. We weren't quite a colony anymore because of that, and that caused issues with the whole colony system. Because people really liked when the King of Portugal was living, because he brought about a bunch of like improvements to living conditions because he wanted to live better. So some of that actually trickled down. So people really didn't want the guy to go. While at the same time, they really didn't want the whole colony deal to come back because it was a very bad deal for us, right? So basically there was a revolution of independence, there was an independence movement. The independence movement put, ironically out of all the people, the king's son was put in charge as like the king of Brazil. Not a Brazilian was put in charge. I mean, technically he was a Brazilian because he was born on Brazilian soil. That was kind of part of the argument why he was Brazilian, even though technically the Brazil was still being run by the Portugal royal family. We kind of tricked the Prince of Portugal to rebel against his dad to take over government for us. It's weird, isn't it? And honestly, by we as I use the term very loosely because it was the oligarchies at the time did that. The dude even peaced out after a while. He went back home and left his son in charge. His son is a playable character in Civ. Dom Pedro II. I believe you can play Dom Pedro II in Civ if you want to start as the Brazilian civilization. He did a lot of stuff. He was responsible for abolishing slavery. Welcome back. Nice, 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 nice. I was talking about how technically we tricked the Prince of Portugal to rebel against his dad and become our king. Then, when he peaced out and left his son in charge, we became an empire. Then we had an emperor. There was an emperor of Brazil. The emperor of Brazil. Yeah, this is Brazil trying to find its identity, yes. We went from colony to capital colony because the King of Portugal moved it in since he was trying to avoid Napoleon. It's like, it's the ultimate 4D chess move. It's the ultimate 4D chess move. You can't really win a chess if I just take the chess piece and move it away from the board and put it on a board that's on the other side of the ocean, you know? That's basically what the King of Portugal did. He fled to Brazil, and he would actually send edicts and rulings from Brazil to Portugal. It's really funny. Exactly, exactly. It's highly unconventional. Gotta give it to the guy. He knew how to think outside the box. He knew how to think outside the box, for sure. And he also brought his wife, which was from the Spanish court. Which is also a thing. But at what cost, Lamal? Yeah, no, absolutely, absolutely. He literally left his country in the clutches of Napoleon Bonaparte. and Pyrrhic victory at best, if you ask me, you know? But that's what he did. And he ended up bringing a lot of modernization to Brazil because they didn't know how long it was going to take until Napoleon would back off, right? They didn't know. So he started getting cozy. He was also responsible for the gentrification of Rio de Janeiro, because he moved it to Rio, and Rio became the capital of Brazil because of that. The capital of Brazil used to be in the northern areas of Brazil. Northwest, or was it east? Northwest. Yeah, northwest. It used to be in the northwest region because that's where the first colonization happened, right? But then he decided he wanted to move to Rio because the weather was a little bit better. It was a little bit less hot. Should have gone. It didn't go all the way to south because the south area was still largely unexplored. Right? But yeah, so basically Napoleon invaded. He was like, you know what? I'm peacing out. Y'all have fun there. Stay loyal to the crown. Bye-bye. And he pieced the fuck out. So when it was time to return to Portugal, because Napoleon got himself frozen to a popsicle trying to invade Russia, people didn't like that. People didn't like that. Now, it is speculated that the reason why the prince was put in charge of Brazil as an independent country was actually a move by the Portuguese court, because they knew the revolution was unstoppable and they didn't want to fully lose their influence in Brazilian affairs. So they left. So they let us think we had a revolution and left a sympathizer of the Portuguese court in charge. And a lot of people accepted because the Prince of Portugal was technically born in Brazil. That was the main justification for the prince to take over, was because he was born in Brazil. So there are two historical interpretations. One is that the rebellious prince concerned himself more with Brazilian affairs and took over and rebelled against his father and took over because he liked Brazil so much he just wanted to stay. And the others that everything is just a political move, that there was a lot of manipulation on both the sides of the people who wanted independence and on the side of the Portuguese court. And this was their agreement. This was all agreed upon. And honestly, some historical records of the time, which mostly amounts to like very acidic satire writing of these events from news reporters, basically says that to the average Brazilian, they like woke up one day and it was like, Brazil is an independent country! Amazing! And the guy's like, yeah, but who won the game? like people largely were not involved in this revolution, right? It's not like the independence revolution of the US where there was a war and Paul Revere's march and stuff like that. It was settled completely peacefully. It was settled completely peacefully. The mythic ideology behind this is literally Dom Pedro I, the prince, right? On a very pretty horse, telling Portugal to sod off, right? And that's even in our national anthem. And he told Portugal to sod off, and they did. It's literally in a national anthem, by the way. Ouviram no Ipiranga as margens plácidas de povo heróico, bravo e retundante. E o sol da liberdade, raios túrgidos, brilhou no céu da pátria nesse instante. There's the Ipiranga shout. It's considered a historical moment, where basically Dom Pedro I told Portugal to sod off, and they did. And Portugal was and Brazil was an independent country. Hooray! Don't worry, I am explaining what it means. It basically says Dom Pedro, like the hero that they're talking about Dom Pedro here, even though they don't say the name out loud. But it is Dom Pedro by the context. Heroically shouted for freedom, and the sun rose up and the birds sang, and Brazil was independent now. Yes, Dom Pedro. Dom Pedro I. Dom Pedro I. Because he was the first king of Brazil. So he became king, he ruled for a while. He ended up getting concerned with the affairs of the Portuguese court, because apparently his father, Dom João IV, did not leave any heirs outside of him. So they're like, yo, we're kind of in a bind. Can you come back and take over? For your father, for old time's sake. Come on, Dom Pedro. Come on. And then Dom Pedro was like, oh, all right. And then he went back and left his son in charge, which is Dom Pedro II. Like I said, Dom Pedro II is very important. He was kind of a visionary and a genius. And you can play him in Civilization. If you pick Brazil, you will get Dom Pedro II as the... Pedro, come on, man, in my screen. Come on! But yeah. I mean, honestly... We Brazilians like to see our own history with a whole lot of sarcasm and a whole lot of humor. There's actually a movie, a Brazilian movie that I think it went international too, that's a very interesting watch for specifically this time period. It's called Carlota Joaquina, Queen of Brazil. Or was it Empress? I think it was Queen. Queen of Brazil. Yes. That basically tells this story. The story of how Portugal moved to Brazil, essentially. For that period of time. And it's a very unflattering portrait, I'm not gonna lie, but it is kind of funny. It is kind of funny, you can kind of see it, especially because she complains about the weather non-stop. And it is pretty hot, particularly if you're wearing European clothes. At any rate. So Dom Pedro takes over, he abolishes slavery, um, that pisses off the big landlords. That pisses the fuck off of the landlords. At the time. But they can't take it back. They can't make slavery. They can't bring slavery back. Like, every other country had already abolished slavery, pretty much. So, being a slave owner outside was kind of considered tacky. And through peer pressure, they made a revolution. They took Dom Pedro II out. They decided to keep the Anti-Slavery Act up, but there is like this murky historical thing where up until today, the abolishment of slavery is not credited to Dom Pedro II. It is credited to his daughter. And it's called the Golden Law, right? And it is portrayed because she was such a compassionate being, and she thought slavery was bad and evil, which is, but you know, it had a more emotional side to it other than just this is a bankrupt system. This is morally terrible and also economically behind. It is not economically good. And what I'm about to get into is immigrants. But anyways, Dom Pedro II got kicked out and Brazil was no longer an empire. The military took over. Apparently, the guy who took over was a close friend of Dom Pedro II that was coerced into believing that Dom Pedro II was bad for the country. So he ended up taking over. It was an extremely peaceful takeover. He was exiled to Portugal. They took care of his travel expenses. They took care of everything from him. They let him carefully take all his favorite books. He was pretty pissed though, regardless. He was like super pissed. I believe he quoted something along the lines of, "You fuckers don't deserve me," or something like that, you know? Very diva. It was very diva. But not completely incorrect, I gotta say. Like, he did so much infrastructure work for his time. So, anyways, then, after that, we get to the age of immigrations, because slave work must be replaced with paid work. But this is where it gets tricky. The people who ran the farms, they really had a hard time grasping paying for work, you know? They were so used to free labor. So they wanted the dirtiest, cheapest labor they could possibly find. And that's how we get to immigration in Brazil. I believe there was like a big recession at the time. There was the first wave of immigrants came much like they came to the US. A lot of European immigrants came because new opportunities. And what do I mean hot? 40 degrees is pretty hot, I think. 40 degrees Celsius. Rio de Janeiro, the city they were in particular, there are some places, some specific parts of the city that are considered hell on Earth by the people who live there. So. Yeah, it's pretty hot actually. It is pretty hot. I'm not gonna context which is hot, if it's hot, Malaysia is hotter or not. There we go. Oh, so cute. That is not too bad. So immigration happened and people from different parts came. The most notable immigrations that happened specifically to work at the farms that now needed honest quotation mark labor were Italians, Germans to a lesser extent, and I believe Japanese people. This is not a well-known fact outside of Brazil, apparently, but Brazil has a huge Nippo-American population. Huge. Which kind of facilitated for anime and manga to be so popular around here, interestingly enough. Oh, there are even like commemorative dates of 100 years of Japanese immigration. The Japanese government made a deal with Brazil to take in people that they practically couldn't afford to keep for one reason or another. The country was going through some rough times and Brazil needed the cheap labor, so both of them made a deal. And a bunch of people were thrown in here. Now, at this time, Brazil was technically a republic, but it was a, let's say, heavily supervised republic by the military government. At one point, we went into full dictatorship mode, but for the most time, it was like a... was less obvious. We were considered a republic. We could still be considered a republic up until that point, but... then we had that. Then we became, like Prof said, we became a full-on dictatorship at one point or another. Then that dictatorship lasted until about the 80s. It coincided with the end of the Cold Wars, the end of the Brazilian dictatorship, coincided with the end of the Cold Wars. More or less. And then we had like a huge voting to think up of a new system for us, which shows democracy. But it was pretty funny. There is like a point somewhere in the 80s where there were people on TV advocating for a monarchy in Brazil. Like a full-on monarchy. And I don't even know who the fuck would be the monarch. Because, like, monarchies are hereditary. Do we just elect a king and everyone from that point on is like the royal family? It's so weird. Because royal families are heavily based in tradition. Maybe they would find some rando who like DNA's matches with Dom Pedro, with one of the Dom Pedros, and be like, see, he's royalty, we put him in charge, and then just roll with it. I don't even know. Honestly, I have no idea. How that would fucking work, but anyways. Alas, we'll probably never know, because everyone thought that was a silly idea, and they didn't go with it. So, we got into our democracy today, and things were wild for a while. Electing a good president turned out to be very hard, especially because the military government left a huge debt. Like a huge debt. They wasted money on a lot of like grandiose stuff. Like, for instance... Okay, so hear me out. It's not a bad idea. They wanted to make roads that connected the north of Brazil, specifically the region that's covered by the Amazon jungle, with the rest of Brazil. Technically, not that bad of an idea. Like, there are a lot of people who live in like literal isolation because of the terrible paths that you have to go through to get to some places. Some places are literally only accessible by boat in the north area of Brazil. You have whole fishermen communities that they survive entirely on fishing from the river. And they like have to go, in order to go buy stuff in actual cities, they have to go by boat. It's its own thing. It's absolutely its own thing. But we didn't have the means, we didn't have the technology, and they wanted to do it anyway, so they wasted a shitload of money into a road that remained only half complete, and I don't know if it will ever be completed one day. So there were a lot of economical difficulties. We had a point of hyperinflation at one time. Wasn't even that far away, it was in the 80s. Where people would literally get paid, rush to the freaking supermarket and buy food. Because if they waited even a single day, the food would be too expensive to buy. So those were like some hellish times to live in Brazil. Those were some pretty bad times to live in Brazil. Then there was this one president that changed Brazilian economy forever. His name was Collor, and he was the first president to be impeached from Brazil. Because he did something that I don't think you should never do. But I'll be right back and tell what it is later. Because right now, I gotta eat BRB. I do have to add a little bit of a disclaimer. If I ever touch on like politics, usually I'll only touch on like historical politics, like stuff from the past. And I would also like to disclaim that the president in question is very much alive and is like a governor from a state that I don't live in. So I can't say much. I can only say for exactly what happened. I'm gonna keep to like historical facts, and I do believe that his decisions weren't even like based on any political beliefs or anything like that. They were based on choosing a very very strange economy ministers, you know? So here's what he did. In order to fight, check this out. It kind of makes sense, except it doesn't. In order to fight the hyperinflation that was happening, right? In order to fight the hyperinflation that's happening. Do you know why inflation happens? And no, it's not because Furry pays a lot of money for commission. I mean, technically it is, but that's neither here nor there. The reason why inflation happens is because there is too much money running around on the market. The more money, like literal money, paper money, or digital money, whatever, is available, the less it is worth. That is the rule. So, if everyone starts making a lot of money, the money just starts to value less. That is our economic system. That is how that works. That's basic economics 101. So hyperinflation means that there is a lot of paper money running around, and the paper money is worth less and less. Usually because of like trust issues will devalue the money too. Like if your government is being dodgy, people won't exactly want to invest in it. A lot of people just didn't invest in Brazil because they're like... Honestly, at the time, people really didn't know much about Brazil in general. Not entirely sure they do. It's getting better. Because Brazil is actually a big country. And we still get people being like marveled when they actually come down to Brazil and being like, wait, you guys are a real country? You live in cities here? What do you mean? It's fascinating. It's fascinating. Kojima came down here recently. We gave him a cake in his honor. The people of Brazil have presented a cake for Kojima. A cake of himself. Here we go. Let me see. Let me see if I can find that. It's so funny. It's so funny. It's so cool, and at the same time, it's incredibly funny. Kojima went to some hijinks here in Brazil. Do I have that? Where's Kojima's cake? A lady called Nubia Moraes Cakes presented the cake to Kojima. I'm looking at their Instagram. I gonna take a picture when she reveals the cake. This is a public video. She was at the Gamer Show event. She was advertising her own, so I don't think we have any issues showing this on stream. Because it was very sweet. Look at this Kojima cake. Look at this Kojima cake. That is beautiful. Kojima as a cake. Everything is a cake. Anyways. Everything is a cake. So yeah. That will, I digress. Also, Kojima found his Brazilian doppelganger. I now think that everyone probably has a Brazilian doppelganger somewhere. I might be someone's Brazilian doppelganger, honestly. There is no way of knowing. It's kind of why it's hard. People have a hard time pinpointing Brazilians. Our accent sounds like everyone else's accent. And anyone can look like a Brazilian. Hey Zor, welcome to the stream. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Wanna see Kojima's cake? Zor, do you wanna see Kojima's cake? Here you go, this is Kojima's cake. This is Kojima's cake. Was gifted to him when he came to Brazil for the game show event. It is absolutely beautiful. Truly a work of art, and I mean that completely unironic. It truly is a work of art. Lady could be working in those wax museums with that kind of skill, honestly. But maybe the cake industry pays better, who knows? At any rate, you know, if you stop to think about it, cake art is kind of like that Zen garden art thing, right? Because you spend a lot of time to get the shape is just right, but at the end of the day, it's gonna get eaten and it's gonna disappear forever. If you stop to think about it, Zen cake art is very Zen. Cake art is actually very Zen. Oh, that went on a deep road for no reason. Anyways. So yeah, I was talking about the president that fucked up so badly that got impeached. So here's what he did. He did the one thing that even Machiavelli said that you should never do if you're a ruler. So his economy minister advised him that in order to stop the hyperinflation in the country, the first thing they needed to do was to make sure there was less money around for everyone, because that would halt the inflation immediately. If people didn't have money, the money automatically shoots up in value. That's the angle they were going for. So, one day, people have woken up to find out that their bank accounts had been frozen. And not in a fun let it go way. They weren't frozen in a fun let it go way. They were frozen in you cannot withdraw anything way. So, what that meant was, now try to imagine the existential dread and horror of you don't get any savings. Like, let's say you're putting up some extra money for buying like a video game or whatever, and you can't access that money now. You only have access to the money that your boss owes you for this month. and you're not even sure the fucker is gonna pay you up. He might want to delay payment, because that's normal to happen sometimes, right? So you don't have access to your bank account. You can't withdraw from the either your savings or your regular bank account. You only have the money that's in your pocket, which nowadays would mean zero money because no one carry money in the pocket. At the time, it meant you had some money, but like much less. And there is no announcement from the government when the situation would normalize again. You have no idea if you're even ever gonna be able to see that money again. That's what he did. Bro got impeached so fast. My bro speedrun impeachment. Like, I don't know why Nixon got impeached, but he got nothing on this bro. This dude got thrown out of the cabinets faster with his assistant. I see the idea, I see the vision. It was too reckless, too much, too fast. And honestly, too simplistic too, because there are other reasons that cause inflation, and he could have tried to fight those. Instead, he just froze everyone's money, and everyone immediately jumped into, oh, he's gonna run away with our money. Get the fucker. Like, even Machiavelli is like, don't touch people's properties, apparently. I learned a little thing about Machiavelli from watching a YouTube video, so I could be wrong, because it was a YouTube video. But at least the guy seems like he knows what he's talking about most of the time, so I'm inclined to take his information. And I had philosophy lessons before that talked about how Machiavelli is mostly misunderstood because a lot of his work needs to be read through the historical context of his time, and his emphasis on trying to maintain harmony first at the cost of some amount of morality. So there are a lot of caveats when studying Machiavelli, but the fact that the word Machiavellic exists will forever taint him and whatever good intentions he may or may not have had. History is fun, right? So yeah. Then the dude got taken off, then another dude came in, he had a economics bachelor. He sort of fixed the situation, but created a different kind of problem. Which was he created a new currency and hyper increased the value of that currency, which ended up causing a lot of confusion for Brazilians everywhere. Because it was like, imagine if Japan decides that they are not using the yen anymore, they're using the benten. This is horrible, but this is like a horrible name, but stay with me here. So they decide to use the benten. And unlike the yen, the benten has the exact same value as the dollar during release. Now, if you live with a currency where you have your usually usage to paying like 8,000 whatevers like 1,000 yen for a sandwich. And that sandwich costs 3 benten now. Is your brain gonna be able to calculate money properly? It is not. It takes some time to adapt. I remember that there were actually a lot of efforts from the government to try and explain the new situation to people so they wouldn't get confused and spend recklessly. There was even a play. There was actually a play. I watched that play years later because for some reason the play still exists even outside of the context that made it useful. For reasons I'm not entirely sure why the play is still there, but I guess it's culture. Regardless, it's culture. And you know what? I can see it. It actually helps you because it helped me learn more about what went down at that time. So it is a cultural legacy. And there were people that kind of got screwed, especially because the hyper-valorization of the real eventually ran out, right? And people realized they didn't have as much money as they thought they did. Things weren't as cheap as they thought they were. And they didn't have that much money. So that had its own problems. But for the brief time where people were spending reckless, that did warm up the economy. It is weird how one of the ways to warm up the economy is to give people a false sense of security so they will spend recklessly. It's kind of scummy, but it works. The fact that it works is... I don't even. It feels a little bit scummy, not gonna lie, but... Then things kinda stabilize, government comes, government goes, we get to our current predicament. The currency is no longer 1 to 1 to dollar, it is 5 or 6 to 1 more or less right now. Which does make importing stuff a pain in the butt. Not as much as the Brazilian postal system, but that's another story. And yeah, that's like a really big overview of the history of Brazil. Now you sorta know. Brazil changed from a lot of things over and over and is still changing. There were a lot of literary works that try to pinpoint what the Brazilian identity was. And it's always been very self-depreciative, honestly. It's kind of sad. I think one of the biggest literary works that try to investigate what Brazilian identity is, that is extremely self-depreciative, is Macunaíma. Lots of disclaimers everywhere about that book because it is very racially charged. There's a shitload of racism because that was the go-to at the time for explaining away culture identities, right? So it was pretty bad. It was at the same time rather interesting. There was a lot of metaphors in there, and it's one of the things that I had to learn because in order to pass school, because you know how it is. You know how it is. And yeah, that's roughly some of the history of Brazil. We've been a monarchy, we've been an empire, we've been a republic, we've been a dictatorship, At one point, we almost were a parliament, and we are back to being a democracy. It's a wild ride, but I hope you enjoyed it. And yes, I have probably talked about this before, and yes, I will probably talk about this again, because it is my country's history. And I do like to talk about it. There we go. Now let me see. Yeah, I wanna get this up here. Right, perfect, perfect. And then we take the dress up a little bit here. The ninja is gonna look so cute, so cute. I still can't believe that while looking for reference for this, I accidentally discovered that a supermarket chain sells maid lingerie here in Brazil. I think they only sell it online, but regardless, it's still pretty funny. Because, like, you don't expect that, right? You wouldn't expect, like, does Walmart has a lingerie section? My peeps from the US, does Walmart has lingerie section? Is there Walmart lingerie? I wanna know. Because Walmart has a bad rap. I can tell that Walmart doesn't have, like, the best rap in the world. Oh, this is what's missing here. I needed to do the little... Yeah. Yeah, there we go. There we go. There we go. Perfect. But yeah. Fun times. Now we gotta make the little hands going to the side like it's asking for uppies. God, Momochi did such a bang-up job with this Ninja Lane design. Because, like, they look so good. The first design wasn't exactly Momochi who did it. Momochi adapted a sprite that I did into a design. And I remember that sprite was inspired, I want to say, by Bomberman a little bit. Because Bomberman kind of looks like a little ninja, doesn't he? So I was trying to make a cute ninja, and it looked a little bit like him. Now, I like Bomberman, but that did bother me a little bit, that it looked a little bit too much like it, so... This new design is so freaking awesome. There we go. He looks so cute. Mm-hmm. Let's see here. Here we go. I need to keep the paw pads on this part though. Let me actually do this conversion first. I'm gonna do this conversion here already. I said I was going to do it to the end, but I do feel like I need to do this. Okay. And now we redo the paw pads. Because without the paw pads, something is missing, and that's no good. That is no bueno. There we go. One thing that's interesting from Brazil is that I remember from history class that one thing that was said to me a lot was that while the military government was in charge, they tried very hard to create a like a myth figure for a Brazilian hero, essentially. The government wanted the military government wanted to create a folk hero that would invoke the qualities that they thought were better for the Brazilian people. And they kind of had nothing, because so they kind of were working with nothing for the most part, which fascinating, right? There weren't a lot of people that there wasn't like a icon that people could look up to, really. So they tried making shit up, right? So they were so desperate that they tried to create a cowboy image out of people whose main job was to hunt down slaves who ran away and exterminate native Brazilians. That's how bad this shit was. I mean, technically, cowboys kinda weren't that far off, but still. Somehow I feel they were a little bit ickier. Somehow I feel they were a little bit ickier. There are statues to these guys up to this day. They were like mercenaries. Straight up mercenaries. It's weird. It's weird, man. Shit do be weird sometimes. Shit do be weird sometimes. I remember my school was very heavily against this vision. Essentially. Oh yeah, this is something interesting. Did you know that the Catholic Church in Portugal actually fought over Brazilian natives? For a brief moment of our history, when a lot of like, how do I classify them? They're essentially they're the Jesuitas is their name. They basically try to go to remote regions to convert people into Catholicism. Right? And when they arrived in Brazil, there were talks of, guys, we did it. We can finally prove everything that's in the Bible. We found the Garden of Eden and it's Brazil. There was a narrative that Brazil was actually the Garden of Eden, which means that the native Brazilians were seen by these priests at the time and the Catholic Church for a little while as literally the lost chain of descendants of Adam and Eve. Because they were pure, they were walking around naked, they had no concept of clothes. They were walking around naked in this apparently lush green paradise, right? So it immediately got people thinking into the Bible verses. So the Catholic priests were very interested in both teaching them about Jesus, right? And also in the process gaining allies in the New World. Because they were very receptive to Catholicization. There are movies about that, actually. There are movies about that too. And it's not even a Brazilian movie, it's actually a movie with like big name actors who I forgot the name, but I swear they're big actors. I'm just bad with names, guys, I swear. And there was even a... Now this is one of those characters that is actually would be like a Brazilian hero, but I think the military government didn't quite like him. I don't know actually. Not gonna know for sure. But like he literally fought against people who were trying to turn the native Brazilians into slaves. Like he organized a whole revolution. I think he actually got his hand dirty too, but I could be just romanticizing the situation a little bit. So let there be known that there were a lot of badass Brazilians, but most of them didn't get as much recognition as they should. If I was gonna do like a Brazilian Fate Stay, he would definitely be one of the up there with the people I'd pick. Including, obviously, the one slave rebel that managed to unite a bunch of slaves together, and they were like the biggest revolution they had. His name was Zombie. And if you know what that word actually means, you know how badass that actually is, because Zombie is a god of that. I don't know in which religion. I'm not gonna try to butcher the name or anything like that. So, but there is a religion where the word zombie means the god of that. It's like a snake, god of that. Which is why like the zombie becoming synonymous with undead comes from this, because I guess the ritual for it in some of the practitioners of dark magic was like a pact with him. I don't know. Don't take me seriously on this one in any means or way, and I don't mean any harm for what I'm saying. I need to actually look that up. I need to look that up and pray to God that the information on the internet is actually right. But yeah, he was super badass. Like, have a guy named God of that as your revolution leader. It's pretty badass, not gonna lie. Okay, so I'm gonna have to take it a little snort bubble. Otherwise, I am gonna get confused with the lines. So first three, no change. Ah, there we go. First change here. I never actually played this game, the Atelier Rize. I usually don't have too much patience for games with crafting. And there's from what Momochi told me, there's a whole lot of crafting in this game. It was a little bit too much for her, which I was surprised at. She usually likes this sort of stuff. But it do be like that. Sometimes it just do be like that. Go. Nice, nice, nice. And this one can repeat. Right? No, not quite. Not quite, not quite. Do, 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 do. Okay, so this one that doesn't change, but this one does. This one does. So to reflect that, we are gonna move this down a little bit. Right. And there we go. There we go. You know, all this historical talk has reminded me a little bit of that one MMO called New World. And that one always struck me as a little bit odd. I know that there's like a lot of weirdness regarding the actual quality of the game, but to me it felt weird on a different level because of the setting. The setting is like Fantasy Explorador, which is a setting that's usually not very... Fantasy Conquistador, which is a setting that is usually not very explored in fiction, I don't think. But also, I also think it's not very explored for a reason. Because, like... It's not a good place for, like, morally gray like, it's good for morally gray adventures. It's very much not good for, like, good versus evil adventures. And usually, when it comes to fantasy stories, people are more inclined to playing fantasy, to playing many-cased fantasy, like good versus evil. When it's morally gray, it's not morally gray. The morally gray is different paints of color of who is good and who is bad, and tough decisions TM, but it's not really morally gray. Especially if you're the kind of person who likes to save and reload like I do. If you save scan a lot in these morally gray choices, you will realize very soon that either your choice doesn't matter very much, it really is about preference. Just a second. Because, like, usually the morally gray choice will be like, you have chosen these people to die over these people, and maybe either one faction will be the correct choice, and the other one will be like a choice that gives you some extra items or something like that. So it's not so much of a moral choice. You're like weighting in your personal greed or your own ability to finish the game easier, sorta, right? It's like, I really shouldn't kill you, but this awards me the Cloak of Invisibility, so... Directly from Baldur's Gate, but Baldur's Gate is not exactly morally great choices. Or either it's kind of a thing where it's like, you have tried to do the right thing, but this has weird butterfly effects that will cause everyone to die. You should have been a jerk here. That kind of stuff, you know? It's really hard to make actually morally great choices in a way that's narratively satisfying, I feel like. Because I guess it comes with the... It just comes with the territory. if a choice is morally gray, it means that it's never like a fully satisfactory choice for a lot of people. Because like, when you ask yourself, who do you want to save? You want to save these people or these people? Choose wisely, you can only save one. Like, I think everyone goes like, but what if there is a way to save all of them? Is the game lying to me? And then you're like, go look up, you're like gonna replay that thing or look up guides and be like, oh, and sometimes there even is a secret, an alternative harder choice that's hard to enable. And then you go, haha, frick yeah, I can be the hero. So doing morally gray stuff is, in video games is hard. And I don't think there is like a very tasteful way to do good guy versus bad guy in a setting of colonization where you're the colonizer. I think the way Perfect World did it is, officer, I swear everyone was dead when I got here. I think the natives are all zombies for some reason. Maybe a curse or something, like a curse happened, and when the player arrives, there's already no one left. I don't know if that's accurate though. But I like seeing zombie Incans or the fantasy stand-in as the main antagonist, as like phantom monsters and stuff like that, and no actual living people. Because like ain't nobody got time to think about moral implications where they're trying to grind for tier 3 weapons. Yeah, it's weird. It's weird. But yeah. Usually I think like a really big morally great choice that quickly doesn't become gray is the matter of sacrificing allies in order for a greater good. That easily becomes a not great choice, because these sort of choices are only significant as so far as they are hard to make. I heard your Brazil history TED Talk. I think all regions Latin America suffered similar situation. Yeah, I know. It's super weird, right? I'm not entirely sure how much but like, a lot of revolutions were completely without war, at least here in Brazil. I admit that my history knowledge of like Argentinian history or Chile history, it could really use some work. I'm not that knowledgeable. I know a little bit about the history of Paraguay because, oh god. Apparently there was a war where Brazil literally Kafkaed Paraguay. Yeah. Yeah, no, really. Really. There was a war that was won by poisoning water reserves. You got all the little Brazilian soldiers side by side, and you can hear Kafka's team playing in the background. That might be in poor taste, but yeah, like it's awful. It's awful. I am using humor as a shield here. Let it be known that I am putting it like. I don't know who was, and I don't even know who was the guy in charge of that. I should know. He's probably like the evilest Brazilian general there ever was. I honestly feel I should like put Kafka paint over his face in history books or something. Because like, what the fuck? Literal Final Fantasy villain moment. And you know what's worse? That victory was used to claim to justify putting the military in charge of Brazil's future. It's one of the things that justified a full-on dictatorship. So I guess we got instant karma there because that like had a butterfly effect of interesting proportions, to say the least. But it doesn't make it any better for the people of Paraguay. The best comeuppance they got from us is it's nothing. It's nothing. We built also in Final Fantasy fashion. To make it up to them, we built a bridge. We built a bridge. We call it the Friendship Bridge. And you can go between Brazil and Paraguay with like minimal, I don't know, on our side at least, it's with like minimal paperwork. Okay, one good thing, sorta. I look forward to your tutorials around the BR with all these facts. Oh, there are some, honestly, there is a juicy place in Brazil that I love to go to. That's called Foz do Iguaçu. Foz do Iguaçu is a very unique place in Brazil because, one, Giovanna from Guilty Gear is from there. Giovanna from Guilty Gear is from Foz do Iguaçu. She actually mentions Foz do Iguaçu in the game. And also, that place borders both Argentina, Paraguay, and I think what was the third country? I'm forgetting. I think it was it Colombia? Yeah, Brazil, Argentina, and Paraguay. Of course, Paraguay. I was talking about Paraguay just now. What the hell, brain? So yeah, so Foz do Iguaçu borders all three of these countries, and if I'm not mistaken, there is an exact spot that if you enter that spot, you are in exact border with either all three of the countries or two of three, if I'm not mistaken. It is a super fun place. There's a lot of natural beauty there. Yeah, you can stand on multiple countries at the same time. It's one of the few places you can do that. And because of Mercosur, it's not hard to get into any of these countries. Like, you can set yourself up to go to the natural reserve museums. So you can go to an exhibit where you can have toucans walk alongside you as you're entering the cages. Don't worry, these cages are meant for animals that are rescued in the wild, that are hurt. So they are very ethical, and most of the animals who can't be released back will be released back. One beautiful thing that they have there, it's like one of my favorite things. They have a butterfly place. They have a place for butterflies that you can walk into, and it's like you entered the Fey realm. There are butterflies flying everywhere around you. It's so pretty. It is so pretty. And it's the same place where you can see the toucans. So that's like a 2-for-1. It's awesome. I love it. It's one of my favorite places to visit. And you could do that in the afternoon. Then you could go to Argentina. I don't know if you can do that right now, though, because Argentina is going through some tough economical situations. But like, you could like go to an Argentinian restaurant, so you can eat like Argentina churrasco, typical Argentinian churrasco, which is really, really good. It's as good, if not a little bit better, than Brazilian churrasco. They have their own special cuts. We have ours, they have theirs. You could actually go to a churrascaria in Brazil and then go to one in Argentina and compare the difference. On the same trip, how cool is that? How cool is that? The border to Paraguay, they have a lot of cheap imports there. So it's also a hotspot for tourists who wants to buy something and are willing to take a risk. Sometimes the product may be a Chinese knockoff, but you know, poison their waters, really can't complain, you know? And you can get all sorts of neat stuff there too. It's a city that lives on commerce, essentially. You can see the bridge that I said. Oh, perfect. Maid's lap. Maid's lap. Maid's lap. But yeah, I love that place. I love that place. So much stuff to see. They even have a wax museum. And like in Brazil, that's not a thing. Wax museums aren't really a thing we do around here, so It's very unique. It's very unique. Do, 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 do. Interesting. I never realized there were two stray pixels here. Interesting. Anyways, let's see. The hips are going to sway. Man, I remember being so fucking flabbergasted in history lesson when the teacher was like, and also we poisoned their water reserves at this time. Supposedly, this I cannot confirm, but according to our teacher, this was exactly during a time where they were pretty close to solving communism. And creating an utopic communist society. But I don't know. That I don't know. I guess we never will. That is definitely in the realm of don't know. We're never gonna be able to know now. But yeah. Also, that bridge. Besides that bridge, there is another one there that's very interesting historically. It is one of the largest hydroelectric plants out there. It provides energy for Brazil, Paraguay too, I believe, and I think Argentina is also there. Not entirely sure, but like it produces a crap ton of energy, electric energy. Not only for Brazil. Brazil shares it with other Latin American countries. They basically we sell the slurpers to them at a small I hope what it is a small price. I hope. As part of the friendship deal. There we go. There we go. Countries gonna be countries, unfortunately. Countries gonna be countries. Like I said before, I will not get into any politics outside of like historical events that you have to talk about a little bit about politics to understand. There we go. And another fun that I mean the one from wasn't fun. But anyways, another historical fact from Brazil was the what do I even call it? Oh, I shouldn't edit this part. Should edit here. There we go. Was the Canudo Wars. I really like that one. It's basically that one time where an entire new country started forming right under the military government's nose inside of Brazil. With a religious revolution undertone to it and messianic proportions. So there was this place that came to be known as Canudos, which means straw. You know, the type that you drink, not the type that you feed horses or make scarecrows out of. It was like the Canudos settlement or something like that, I guess is the best translation for it. And basically, what happened was that there was this very religious guy who one day simply found like a place in the middle of the Cerrado, which is kind of a Brazilian desert that exists in the northwest region of Brazil, where the Amazon forest used to be. Hey, Ferdhat, if you are curious about what are any perhaps scientific evidence that rainforest turns into desert, there's a historical one, literally. The parts of the Amazon forest have already turned into deserts over time because of over-exploration during the colonial periods. So there's that. There you go. You know now. What? Thank you for the sub, 15 months. Thank you. I appreciate the support. One of my chats got delayed, but the other one caught your sub. Thank you for that. I really appreciate it. So yeah, Canudo. So basically, he formed this city where that didn't matter anymore. It didn't matter to them if you had issues with the police, if you ran away from everything, if you abandoned your family, nothing like that mattered to them. If you were willing to start fresh with God in your heart, and don't ask me which God because I don't actually know, probably Jesus, you were welcome there. And a lot of people caught wind of that, and they were like, yeah, this sounds good. This sounds great. I did a bunch of shit in my life that I regret. I'm gonna go there. So it started growing, and it became a city, and it started to become a city-state. It started to become a city-state, right? People were moving in left and right. There was a lot of poverty there too at that region, particularly at the time. There's still a lot of poverty today, but at the time it was like also super bad. Very bad. So a lot of people were like, fuck it, let's start anew in Religious Man Town. It doesn't seem that bad. And they were starting there. Now, the government started becoming concerned about the situation because it was pretty much its own country and they didn't pay taxes. So, you know, we gotta stop that. We gotta stop that. They are defying the powers that were elected to this region. This is an affront. We're gonna stop them now. And so they did. They launched a military initiative to take care of Canudos. This would be known as the Canudos War here in Brazil. Having another set of rules outside your country without ever having any say is pretty wild. It is. And this is where shit gets interesting. Now, Canudos, in order, Brazil has a history of a very, 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 very bad habit that we're still guilty of this today. Honestly, we are very guilty of this today. This is a bad, bad habit where we tend to valorize, we tend to put more worth into anything that comes from outside our own country. If it comes from outside, it's fancy, it's instantly better than the stuff we have here. Right? Like, oh, a phone that's made in Brazil? No. A phone made in Japan is much fancier. A phone made in the US is much fancier. Stuff like that, right? So that applies to pretty much everything. That logic applies to pretty much everything, and I mean everything. In order to take down Canudos, they imported a war strategist. They imported a war strategist from Germany. Now, why did that end in horror? Why did that end in horror? Why was that? That was like, I'm gonna, spoiler alert, that was not a good move. That was not a good move. That was not a good move. Man, that was like, if there is like a... If you could travel in time to make fun of people, this is where you go. This is where you go. You go back in time exclusively to point and laugh at the guy who had this idea and at all the people who agreed with him. That's what you do. You point and laugh at the guy. Why? Why was this such a horrible idea? Well, let me tell you, Ninjalings, about the weather and the geological positionings of the northwest of Brazil when compared northeast of Brazil when compared to the... Every time I said northwest, by the way, it's northeast. My bad. Let me tell you. So this is a general from Germany who's used to waging war in Germany, as he should, being a German, right? Now, the thing is, the geography of Germany and most Europe is very different from the geography of a literal desert in the northeast of Brazil. So this guy trained all the troops with the best maneuvers when they are in like grassy hills. There's like a more mountainy terrain, more rocks and stuff that you can hide under, right? He trained the troops to navigate this type of terrain, the type of terrain he knows, right? So, here's what happened. The terrain that they were trained for would have cover, it would have like bumpy stuff. You could maybe hide your troops from sight by sticking close to the lower parts of hills, stuff like that, right? There was nothing like that there. It was just sand. It was animal carcasses. It was prickly plants that if you tried to use as cover, there was a good chance you were gonna get stung. And FYI, one of the plants that are there is very much that cactus that I had a run into. The one that, like the spikes, will actually come off the cactus to prick you whole. And make it pretty much impossible for you to do anything while you're covered in those spikes. It's amazing, by the way. It's like the most cruel self-defense one of the most cruel self-defense I ever had the joy of witnessing in my skin. That nature ever concocted. But anyways. So, here's what happened. The military arrived, they were like, it's gonna be a piece of cake. It's just a bunch of disorganized idiots who are all poor, uneducated. We were trained by the best in Germany. We're gonna take them down easy peasy. So the army approaches the city. They don't see the enemy army. They're like, oh, this is for the taking. They do notice that there is an awful lot of dead cows outside the city for some reason. In fact, they were spread all over the battlefield. But animals die because of the dry weather. It doesn't rain for a lot of time the year. It's common. That's not too unusual. It's a little bit weird that these carcasses seem somewhat fresh. But who cares? Charge! So, hidden under the cattle carcasses were the soldiers fighting for their city. They surprised attacked the shit out of the Brazilian army, who had no defensive recourse because any defensive maneuver needed like big rocks and boulders and uneven terrain in order to work, so they had nothing. They got fucking wiped that battle. Eventually they did a thing where it's like, okay, you wanna play dirty, we're gonna like quadruple the number of soldiers and we're gonna overtake you. But it was like a really bad loss for them. For that one brief moment, they were like Nobutadas, one of Nobunaga's sons' army, that got completely wiped by the Koga village. They got ninja'd hard. And all because some idiot was like, you know, but I really think that German generals are gonna be able to teach our troops how to fight much better than these puny Brazilian generals. Right now, you're on the threshold of an amazing adventure. So yeah. That's the Canada Wars. That's the Canada Wars. A huge fuck up of epic proportions. Right now, you're on the threshold of an amazing adventure. Truly special. Man, I'm almost done with Momochis. I think I want to keep going. Because Momochi's throat is still a little bit bad, so we're not gonna go to the singing lessons today, so I can string a little bit further. At least they lost to people and not birds. That is true, that's true. But also they kinda lost to cow carcasses in a way, right? They also kinda lost to cow carcasses. So yeah. Is it better than the Emu Wars? Absolutely. I think so, but you know. Not that not by much. Not by much, I must say. Not really by that much. Still one heck of a fuck up. That's also in my list of like characters that could be in Fate Stay. I want that religious leader in Fate Stay, and he has a like his summon is like the city. That's like full. It's like the city that, and the surroundings are full of traps. Would be pretty cool. Would be pretty cool. It's not too necessarily too mainstream. We do study it in school a lot, especially because there were the geopolitical implications of the rebellion, like how did it got to that point? That is fair. I know the basic of it. I watched the first anime. People die when they are killed. And I do like the concept of summoning historical figures that are may or may not be anime waifus. It is a fun one. The concept is nice, I just don't like the writing at all. That is fair. I haven't watched a whole lot of Fate Stay. The one I liked the most was actually the one that was like the least Fate Stay. It's the one of the magician that has to solve magic-related murders, and because the rules of magic are very loose and goose, he has to like do some really big mental gymnastics to understand what happened during a crime. That one to me was very, very interesting in general. Not necessarily the most incredibly likable character, but I thought he was fairly interesting, and he is technically very underpowered compared to other protagonists, so that also kept things fresh. So I like that one specifically. But I still haven't finished watching it, so take it with a grain of salt. I liked what I saw, but then drop it after a while. Like, isekais are so rote with anime, but there are some really good book versions. The main issue with isekai, there are a few. I find them a little bit too escapist for my taste. I don't like the word escapist in general, honestly. Not really that much of a fan of the implications of the concept too much. Very much a personal thing, right? But let me just see something. Aha! Sorry, I had to sneeze. I thought something was weird. There we go. There we go. You're fine, I'm playing KCD2, got a little distracted as well. Okay, so now okay, cancel. Right, so it's better to start from here. There we go. Let me do this to save up. There we go. Then I have to take the little pauses. And glue them in here. Man, I think I'm finally getting Isekai Burnout. I don't particularly like Isekai as a genre. It's a genre with way too many weird tropes. Like I said, I'm not the biggest fan of escapism as a concept. And I think Isekai is more or less a stone in Japan. It is. Like, I guess the best way to say is that I don't like modern Isekai. With stuff like stuff that's like old Isekai, like Escaflowne and etc. Oh, Western Isekai, that's interesting. Where do you see them? It's like webtoons or something? Ta-da! Guys, we did it! Except for this one. Okay, let's test if everything's in order. Yep, everything looks in order here. Jump is working, mate's lap is working. It's a book. Ah, I see. Yeah, so there we go. We did it. We finished the maid. Amazing. Kojima's cake. Okay, so everyone, with that said, I think that is all the time I have for today. I think that's all the voice I have for today too. So thank you all very much for joining me. Hope you all have a wonderful day or night. And now we find someone to raid. Let's see. Do we go after new people or do we go after people we know? It's kind of funny how raid is such an aggressive term, right? You're raiding someone like you're invading their channel. Mili's is playing Phasmophobia. There's technically a chance that we could scare her. There is Mio. We haven't raided Mio in like forever. Thank you, Icarus. Who do we raid? I think I'm gonna go with Melia. I'm not sure if Mio is streaming in Portuguese right now. So, or English. So, for today, Melia. Melia. She playing Phasmo. Oh, and she's got a little buddy. Oh, that's cute. Okay, everyone, thank you very much for joining me. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night. Stay awesome. And remember, when in doubt, when you think you can't do it, focus your inner ninja. And shuriken. Bye-bye, everyone. Have a good one. Bye-bye.